Yo, 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 yo. I should probably post that I'm live. Hello, Connor and Veek, my yos from another yo-yo. How you guys doing? Just continuing to test unit check, since that was on the list. I also cleaned up a couple of old text entries, so I should be good there. I actually have not double-checked the tooltips. Do. And there is some code that fixes the multi-select, what's it called? The lack of multi-select on exemplars, but I haven't been able to compile it yet. I also do like that the Wyvern has a Wraith Shadow. It's pretty epic. You definitely know that they aren't ready. Right. Because I couldn't find an image ID for them. I didn't really even try, though. What was I even looking for? Tooltips for Fusion Sealer. It looks like we don't even have the button anymore. So, Sequester Pods is actually the tooltip that should be on this. Oh, well, no. Sorry. Sequester Pods is missile turret attack range. This is Escalate sentry turret missile turret, and this is Animus coolant. But I don't think I have stuff for any of those. Yeah, I opened up source tree and I hit pull. So I think so. Yeah, I only have... Wow. That's a good one. I think a counter for how many characters I have at the bottom here would be useful, but when I asked you about that earlier, Veek, you said that you didn't think it would be very, very useful. Yeah, I'm going to update my XML file for Notepad++ and then send that to you, and you can add it to the repo. Hopefully that will be useful. I don't even remember what it was called. I know that there was an escalation for Vulture. It wasn't Spectre. I completely forget what the... Okay, I guess I don't have it in here anymore. Yeah, you might as well. Maybe somebody else will find a use for it. So... there was one that was added, though. That was somatic implants. Okay, see you later. Alright, so then we had... I'm impressed the feature station even gets attached correctly. That's pretty funny. Prismatic shield? Why does it say next level 1 instead of telling me what it actually is? You dumbass. And then there was tendril amatosis. Well, at the same time, compile 2 plugins at once for maximum lag. I still don't have my GitHub account, by the way. Oops. Weird that that button would not show up. Very strange. By the way, we have some real issues with PyDat. Opening any file marks a bunch of other files as... Well, opening any file in PyDat marks upgradesdat as modified, and modifying any file in PyDat marks tech data as modified. Or maybe it's just tech data also marks itself as modified. I don't know, but I only opened units. So I don't know what the fuck is going on there. That's pretty funny, though. I do actually have to modify upgrades. So let's take a look. I need 18. Oh, I think I already did this, actually. Okay. Good there. Welcome back. DF woke up, and now I'm getting him to do stuff too, man. Really, cracking the whip. I got men, and I got men. No, I don't think so. I can double check in the GPTB code though. That should be an apply upgrade flags. But I'm almost certain it does not. Yeah, there's only code for it for the Zergling, not for the Vorbeling. Well, maybe he did it before signing on. I don't know. It's pretty funny, though. Epic. Oh, I see, yeah. Ain't no time for coffee. Hey, Veek, each one of your Hydra videos has 3 views. You know what that means? You've been 3'd. Oh yeah, I forgot. We got kissing channels in the forum. We got pizza factories, car projects, and sex chats. All the different things you might need. I do enjoy my naming conventions from time to time. Oh yeah, I should double check that exemplars can be multi-selected. Check my Kakaru out. Check out my fucking magic boxing, dude. It's automatic. Whoa! See a nerd. I think their angle of attack is a little too high. I don't know about you guys. Destroyed. Dude, fuck off my Ireliths, bro. They're cubes. I'm actually curious how long it would take 12 of these to kill a battlecruiser. Wow. Surprisingly epic. Takes 4 salvos, well, more than 3 salvos anyway. Well, I think it's just that they don't have the correct size configured or something. But maybe maybe it's just the nature of spawning them all in on the same point. Oh yeah. It's just because of that. Popped. That's brutal. It does seem like mutas drift a little bit further, a little bit easier. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of that. As if you had like maybe their size should be increased so they displace each other a little bit easier. But right now the graphic doesn't really demonstrate that very well. Their graphical size will definitely increase over scouts. That much is to be sure. Connor, why are you so mean to Necron? What did he do? I mean, I get to be mean to him, but I have way more justification. If unit is near its maximum speed, it has its range increased by +2. I think maybe keeping units at maximum speed and having that be a mechanic that rewards players, I could see reason for that. It's kind of like how if unit is at maximum range, something different happens to their bullet, which is what I did for the Basilisk. It definitely rewards players who are better in a micro sense. And yeah, I actually don't think Necron probably wouldn't even conceptualize a command like that or a mechanic like that because he's working with fucking Remastered, where you can't have mechanics like that without sucking Knave off or something. I don't know. Alright, I'm just gonna add this. Oh, okay, gotcha. What's up, Alexander? Well, you know, I actually have... This isn't really... What the fuck? Yeah, it's very unfortunate that that's the way that we handle it. I ran out of energy. What? What the fuck? I'm so confused. What's up, my name is Louie. We're just talking shop while I test out some aiscript stuff. Alright. So yeah, we're going to be doing some more housekeeping stuff today, which I know is not really the most exciting. It's too bad I don't have access to more stylers. Like, why am I limited to 8? Oh yeah, so I had two things to say since we brought up Encron. that I thought were potentially, well, interesting and thought-provoking, even if they aren't actually useful in any other capacity. But today, or yesterday rather, I was at work and I was listening to just a mix of music while I was, at the time I was going to the bathroom. I was like walking towards the bathroom. But in general, I was like on break or something, but I was just listening to some music. And of this very long mix of metal music, at some point, a song came on, and I was like, wow, this is a pretty good song. I kind of like this. You know, they got some energy to it. Vocals are a little whiny, but, you know, I could deal with some of that stuff because it's, like, mostly harsh vocals. And when the clean vocals come in, that's when it gets a little whiny. But I could, you know, it's like a minority of vocals. So I can deal with it. Take the good with the bad, whatever. But I was digging it. So I checked it out because I hadn't heard it before. I opened up my phone, and I took a look. And lo and behold, it was a Slipknot song. It was probably a more recent Slipknot song because I haven't listened to a lot of their stuff, but I kind of recognize their biggest hits. I never really liked that band. And growing up, I always had this like probably irrational dislike of the band because I just viewed them as sort of like a less cool version of Gwar, where they were like dressing up with masks and stuff, and it wasn't my cup of tea. The image they were portraying was not my cup of tea, and it just sounded too angsty to me, the whole thing. So I didn't really give them a fair shot after already making up my mind about them without really listening to their music. So even though now I wouldn't really potentially, like, who knows how different they are now compared to what they were before. Obviously, I'm different now than what I was before when I was a teenager. And so even though I, in theory, would be open to listening to their music, there's no way that I would ever have, like, looked up, oh, I wonder what Slipknot's doing now. I wonder if they've made any good songs. Like, I never would have done that, right? So it was only by virtue of the algorithm throwing me a song from, I'm assuming it's, I didn't bother researching further, but I'm assuming it was a song that came out recently. By virtue of them throwing me some random Slipknot song in the algorithm, that's the only way, and me not actually checking before, like, to see, oh yeah, what's coming up next in my playlist, so I can, you know, maybe I would have skipped that song. You know, maybe I would have just been like, oh, I don't like that band, man. It's like an unexamined bias that I was able to re-examine in that context, but who knows what would have happened. So the lesson here on how it connects to Necron, anyway, and his project, is that, who knows, maybe in a year or so, if he's still working on that thing, it might be way better. You know, and maybe he'll make something different, right? Like, the allegory here would be like, Slipknot makes a new album or a new song, while Necron makes a new mission or something. Maybe that ends up being something you'd be open to, despite its shortcomings. Much like this example with the song. So in this case, what I'm basically arguing for is that you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and just assume that because you've already experienced his content in the here and now or in the past, that all of his content in the future is going to be the same way. So that's more or less what I was going for there. Anyway, the other thing was, I actually completely forgot about what the second one was. I think it was just me lamenting the fact that, in general, the scene... Oh yeah, now I remember now. So the fact that the custom campaign scene, generally speaking, is so, like, downtrodden, is filled with such low-effort projects that never really got anywhere. It really says a lot to me, anyway, that at this point, we're just happy when there's some custom AI or some modding or some voice acting, even if the project itself is shit. It's like we're judging projects and treating them differently depending on the tools or like the components of them, because that's how desperate we are for actual content. It's really custom voice acting and custom tech trees and custom AI and custom terrain edits. These should be basic things that should be implemented in every single project. There's not a single project that would not benefit from every one of those elements, because Brood War by itself is not a complete product, right? Its tile sets are not complete. They don't have north-facing ramps. They don't have a wide variety of different visuals that you can use for different purposes, like building, blocking, also buildability, right? Like structure being unbuildable, for example, temple being unbuildable. Like stuff like that, right? So you need to at least edit the tile sets on a functional level. Right? So like all this stuff is just very straightforward. It's like, yeah, you should have all of this stuff. Like it's just expected. It's not difficult to make adequate voice acting either, nor is it difficult to make adequate terrain blends that will, yeah, they're probably not going to necessarily mesh perfectly with the original art assets, which is where like chasing the mastery comes from and trying to really improve so that you can meet and exceed that standard for everything. But the idea that so few projects include any of those is so ridiculous. And then you further tack on the fact that you can't even do some of this stuff like the terrain edits or the high-quality custom AI or the high-quality tech tree changes in Remastered, where some people who, like Necron and like that Domino guy, I forget his Ilya Snupchenko or something, I know he's doing custom AI, I think he's doing something else as well. Like, some people who are willing to at least include a couple of these different components that, again, should be baseline bare minimum expectations, are only willing to do so as long as their project can be accessed in Remastered. Real dumb. Anyway, why can I only add 8 different groups into this keywords list? Yeah, well, why don't I have access to more of that? Let's see. Aw, man. How depressing. Nice, we got that coming in. Yeah, there's like some radio off and radio on sound file that I used for a lot of transmissions. Like all of the Thor transmissions from the Ghost Crew Chalk's Micro Starcraft 2 campaign. Man, what a mouthful. Word salad of tism and degeneracy, that is. Micro Starcraft 2 campaign. I think you already said that, Luciferius, but it's okay. Welcome. Oh, hey, maybe you can do can you do an alias for arguments and not commands? Like, I was thinking you could say, if I wrote sub instead of subtract as an argument, or rand instead of randomize as an argument, would that work? Let's try adding this. Oh no! I opened it in Pi Ice. What the fuck? I can't believe that it's impossible to actually do a basic check of like what the header is and then I mean, I guess this would involve launching PyAI, checking to see if it's an aiscript header, and then launching PyIce instead. Like closing PyAI and launching PyIce to open the same program, which would be probably wasteful in memory. But at least I wouldn't have to manually open PyIce every single time I wanted to open the program. Okay, nice. Well, I was talking about, where is the... So, like... Trying to find an example. So when I do deaths 13 randomize 5 stasis chamber, like in theory, could I write rand instead of randomize, and you could parse rand as randomize? It doesn't really matter at that point, I guess, but I was just wondering if that was possible. Like, obviously, it's not really that big of a deal to write amize after rand, but... now I have to pop open the list of aliases. You said it was at 179. Okay. Good to know. I'm not sure anybody will end up using check town point and expand town point, but I suppose that's to... that's just to make clearer names for stuff. Yeah, I am not affiliated with that guy at all, man. I don't know what to tell you. Bone Horror. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a YouTube account. Unless he went off to Crazy Mountain. Again. Boner Horror. All right. So there's the XML files with the updated shite. I don't remember if I added build new and ext build as well, because those are soon to come. Well, build new is soon to come. But I did not add attack jump or upgrade new or damage dealt, so at some point I'll have to add those. In the meantime, I'll still be mirroring the ASC3 XML file on my Mega, since it's linked in a few places. But I also have to update the wikidot to link to the GitHub. Well, I have no idea what my password is then. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to be something I'm doing from now on. For all of my stuff. Hold on one sec. Okay. Well, I basically wanted to provide more hey, add me on as a contributor, dude. I'm Chronogo. But yeah, I forget what I was about to say. Fuck me in the head. Yeah, so the map reviews are a new thing, obviously, for Zerg expansion. It's not a... The project itself doesn't really merit it, but I'm hoping that basically people will get some sort of understanding of both how simple it is to fix some of the issues and how pervasive some of the issues are, depending on which campaign we're talking about. Otherwise, I would say there's really only a few small things to consider there. Oh, here. What I can do is I can actually add my ASC3 XML file into my repo, and then I'll push it, and you can add it. Oh yeah, just let me know when I'm good to go here. So basically, I hope that the content will look, you know, it will essentially encourage more people to make maps. And for the people who are already encouraged enough and have motivation, hopefully it'll also serve as like a way to reflect on the content. I think it'll also be better for me anyway, because one thing that I struggle with a lot as a commentator when I'm casting these playthroughs is I basically am stuck. I have no idea how to access this invite. I guess it's by email or something. Yeah. Epic. Updates were rejected because the remote contains work that you do not have locally. Okay, looks like it's in. Right, yeah. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to record the content anyway. I've talked about this a lot, but I actually don't see myself as like a long-term, like, let's play streamer, right? I think in-game, like the actual in-game content of playing these custom campaigns, that can be funny, that can have entertainment value to them. Like, I think the third, because three, video that I did for Zerg Expansion is fucking hilarious, personally. I actually really like the commentary of that. It kind of fell off on the fourth one by comparison, but the content was just not as funny, so I needed to play a little bit harder off of it, and I did not completely succeed in that by comparison. And there's a lot of memorable moments that we got out of stuff like what iQuare mentions with Bear Blower and whatnot, but ultimately that's not the only thing I want to do. And I feel like I've done enough of that in my history that I can pretty comfortably move on and, you know, still do that from time to time during the gameplay stuff. I'm sure I'll still have like recorded gameplay or maybe even streamed gameplay of things in the future, like the Age of Empires series or whatever else. But to me, I look at the opportunity presented by stuff that I'm already really familiar with, which is Starcraft custom content. And I think it's a nice opportunity for me to examine my pipeline for video content and try to improve the caliber of the content that I'm producing. So hopefully what ends up happening as a result of me experimenting with Zerg Expansion is that I'll have a better grip on what exactly I'm trying to do and trying to get across, the points I'm trying to make. I'll be able to deliver more pointed commentary in these map reviews because they're a bit more organized, because I'm not playing at the same time as I'm trying to commentate, which is what I struggle with a lot when I'm doing these castings. And I'll also be able to collect my thoughts and maybe be a little bit more objective, because when you have a sense that your time is being wasted by fake difficulty or just arduous nonsense like World of Warcraft grind or whatever, which is some of the stuff in Zerg Expansion so far has been very testing in that department, even though it hasn't been quite so obvious as something like Flame Knives or whatever. My instinct as a caster is to resort to humor. But sometimes that doesn't work out, and it just comes across as me being bitter or angry, which can be humorous in its own right, as long as you don't think I'm really that upset about stuff, that I'm super ragey or whatever. But either way, if I'm also trying to mix in actual analysis, even if I don't intend for it to be colored by the anger-laced, humorous commentary. It will be, and I'm presenting it alongside me being angry at the content, even whether it's for humor or if it's for real, or both. So that to me didn't really sit very well with me, because in this particular context, this guy actually does follow the channel apparently now that I'm playing his content, and he's insofar as he's watching the videos I'm producing of his campaign. And hopefully the videos help him, because he gets to see that emotional sort of response, like that angry response that I put on partially for laughs and partially because I'm actually pissed off that my time is being wasted in this manner. He gets to see all that. And that tells him something, even though it's not exactly constructive criticism. It's just that he knows that this is the effect that he's had on somebody with his content, or the effect his content has had on somebody, which can be useful. I talked about this in the now deleted Jay Barino interview, but basically the idea that you're kind of mining every bit of avenue for feedback that you can get. You're looking at even people who have just responded with like, fuck you and fuck your project or something to that effect, which is like the straw man version of what I actually do. It's never what I actually do, but everybody assumes that that's the case. But you can at least look at that and say, well, that's how it's made somebody feel, or that is what I can perceive to be the case based on the evidence. And you can start an exploration there. What might have made this emotionally taxing or rage-inducing? What might have made this experience negative? I can start to explore that as a developer if I see that has happened. Because at the very least, I'm getting that information. It's not very useful. It's not as useful as it could be, but it is still somewhat useful. Like, it has some utility to it, as long as you can separate the mental damage or emotional damage that causes when you're experiencing that reaction, right? Because some people are not as emotionally distanced as they ought to be from their work, so they can't take that with a grain of salt. They can't acknowledge the disparity there. So I'm hoping that for developers who are like that and are still around and do watch my playthroughs of their content and do get easily upset by somebody else getting upset at their project, they can skip to the map reviews, because there's like that little YouTube channel or YouTube chapter thing in the bottom that they can skip directly to it. I timestamp it all, and they can skip all the vitriol that might happen. They can skip all of the angry reactions if that's something that they're not really that interested in. And I hope that I can provide good content in those map reviews, even for people whose content I did not enjoy. I hope that they can still figure that stuff out. So. Right. I do give constructive criticism in the map reviews themselves, and I'm trying to reserve the map reviews as spots for constructive criticism, whereas the map gameplay itself is like just stream of consciousness. Here's how I'm feeling right now. I'm trying to articulate that stuff better too, because I think that can be a really good utility for developers. They can basically understand. I'm trying to communicate what I'm thinking about the map. And if you're a developer and you're actually trying to elicit a certain response or facilitate certain strategies, that is useful. If I had a tester who was like that, who said, based on what I'm experiencing right now, I think I'm going to go for an early push, or I feel discouraged from going from an early push because of XYZ reason, or like, when I am explaining my motivation for my actions and what actions I want to take versus what actions I'm going to take, and here's my thought process and here's my reasoning, that gives you a whole host of valuable information. For one, it establishes my credentials as a player, because maybe I'm misreading the situation, and maybe I should be scouting more often, or maybe I'm just bad as a player, and that will allow you, like, when you realize that as a developer, whatever sort of situation you unlock, like whatever analysis you perform on my commentary, it makes it more clear whether or not my critique is valid for difficulty, for example, or something to that effect. So that's one of those things that, like, I feel like I'm even stepping up the educational value within the actual gameplay content. The problem is I'm not sure. Well, the problem isn't really any problem. We're making progress in that department. I just know that it hasn't been as straight-laced as I wanted it to be. It hasn't been as as easy as I maybe expected it to be to transition into that field of commentary and casting, whereas before it was, you know, I'm still playing stuff up for laughs, and I'm not going to give that up in the gameplay, and I'm going to make some snide comments probably in the reviews as well, just because I think that kind of should, it can be funny, and it's almost like for everybody who isn't the developer or who isn't an aspiring developer, you know, it's the sugar that helps the medicine go down. It's something that will keep you invested in the review content itself without sabotaging the point of the review content, I think. And so there's an element of that there too, where obviously I'm sure, you know, there's going to be people who are just here for the gameplay, just like there's going to be people who prefer to jump to the map reviews, which is one of the reasons why I leave timestamps for those. Especially since that also absolves me of any responsibility to be concise with the map reviews. Sometimes the map reviews are like 20 minutes long, and I'm fine with that because, you know, maybe they'll be even longer in the future. And I don't want to restrict myself in that format. The whole point is to allow me to be useful as a commentator and entertaining as a commentator. So entertaining and educational as a content creator in both aspects, right? So the entertainment will come from the humor of my casting during gameplay, but it will also come from my ability to break down these concepts in the map reviews. And the education will come more so, like obviously one of them is slated more so towards one versus the other. Education is slated more towards the review than the playthrough, but the playthrough should still have educational merit. Just like I think the review stuff should have educational or entertainment-based merit. So, I think that will help people in general. I have not actually checked Boomerang Aid's GPTP hooks. I know he's been working on that for a while. I also suspect there's probably a ton of bugs. I know a lot of it is also for adding features like multi-building select, which we might need since we're increasing the cap from 1 to 4. But I think he also was adding like Smart Rally and a bunch of other like AIDS Starcraft 2 stuff, so presumably you can enable or disable all that if necessary, but... Well, on the Start It thread that he was talking on at some point. Display rally points and a path to it. Display Nidus Canal exit like a rally point. Display attack target and path to it. Display queued orders and paths between them. Range for carriers, reavers, medics, bunkers, armed buildings, siege tanks in siege mode, and burrowed lurkers. Enemy detector range of cloaked unit among selected. All this is like, I mean, maybe rally points and path to it, maybe. And maybe Nidus Canal exit, but really there should just be a button to select the exit on the Nidus Canal. Those are the only two things that I think are useful and not completely, like, you know, trouncing the skill ceiling. Ally status is good, though. That's exactly what I want for Hydra. What is built, content of transport, etc. Yeah, full HP and shields is like a basic workaround. That makes sense. Basic fix, quality of life stuff. Amount of workers queued on selected resource. His building multi-select is okay, I guess, as long as we can limit it to 4. But it shouldn't be it shouldn't be restricted to same ID buildings. Well, no, I don't think it should be restricted to same ID buildings. It's just that if you have buildings that have different command cards, obviously you're going to be dealing with no command card at all, right? So. I don't see any reason why you should why you shouldn't be forced to select a single worker. I don't know why that would be there. For construction. Looks like he automated flying building landing if you have them multi-selected. Whatever. Probably not that important. It's on the start at, it's actually, hold on. I'll post a link in YouTube, 1 sec. Man, started is so slow. He doesn't actually add documentation in the release thread, of course. What UI hooks were added? And yeah, I can test malediction. Just 1 sec. I'm setting up GPTP and A's GitHubs or Git repos. So we have hooks. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. I like how it says 21 hours ago for the thing that I pushed just now to the PyMS stuff. That's weird. Okay. Well, while I wait for Hydra to get back to me, I will pop into the test map here. Let's get our malediction on, boys. You know what I mean? I feel like the slow lasts longer than the stun. Actually, it seems like the stun does not last 4 seconds. Hold on, let me verify that real quick. My expert timing skills. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the timings are off, unfortunately. Let's try that on a spellcaster. What the fuck? I think it doesn't take into account shields because it executed that guy. Yeah, let's bring over a Mongol man. No, it seems to execute everybody. Oh, well, it dealt 100 damage to this guy. But yeah, it's not taking into account health. Okay, so... I'll double check the malediction slow because of course says it shouldn't be like that. Let me see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. That is definitely 1 second too long at least. All right. Well, considering I've somehow managed to make it a whole hour and 22 minutes into the stream without using the bathroom, I think it might be time now because I drank 2.5 cups of water and a G Fuel. So, I'll be right back. Oops. I turned off the wrong element. There you go. Well, using this Git stuff should definitely save us some trouble in the future. Trying to think, I don't really think that there is anything else that we would need to throw on GitHub. I guess in theory I could throw the actual Hydra release files, like, or the beta stuff, right? So I could put in like the exe, the MPQ, the test maps, and other shit. The actual melee maps, the campaign maps. I could throw all of that stuff in and have that be something, I guess, right? Might as well experiment. And worst thing is it doesn't end up being that useful, so I just end up deleting it later. Now, I wonder, can I relocate where these files are left locally? Oh, I can. Cool. Oh, wait, no. This is the remote. I don't know. I don't even know what the file is. Dummy. Remove it, how so? Repo. I guess it's not there. Actions, add, remove. No. Actions, no. Tools, no. I mean, there's archive, but I don't think that does it. Oh, remove? No. No, this just closes the tab. Maybe I just have to delete the files from, or move the files or whatever. It's not really that big of a deal. It's just that they're in a folder that I would rather just like create a folder for my Git shit. We'll call it Git shit. I like that. That's a good one. And then another one. Okay. So we'll say delete. Right on. So now I don't even know how to access the URL for cloning this stuff. Is it in manage access maybe? No. What? Yeah, where's in GitHub, where is the button to get the URL for cloning? Oh. Ah, epic. That is admittedly way fucking faster than Mega, even for like those files, you know. So I'm a fan of that. All right. Thank you, Veek, for the help. So I should be able to toss this file in here. I think for Kakadu Port, I actually still have triggers for... Oh, I guess not. Oh, maybe that's for the observer map only. Yeah. God damn it. I had to accidentally delete the last one. Classic. Why would it give me a warning about large file sizes? Oh, maybe it's because there's a file size limitation. That was one of the reasons why I didn't think I'd be able to use GitHub as like a complete replacement for Mega, because there's just not enough space. I think that's the way to do links in this. I don't know. Okay, cool. It worked. Yeah, they should be case sensitive because some of them need to be add with a capital A or whatever, and some of them need to be, yeah, some of them don't, doesn't matter. Like custom script ones don't matter, but deaths and bring jump and all that, well, bring jump doesn't modify, but deaths and kills, for example, they would need to be capitalized. Well, the alias, what I'm saying is you would need to be able to differentiate between capital S sub and capital, or and lowercase s sub. Because capital S sub is necessary for some commands, lowercase s sub is not. But I guess maybe if you're always parsing for like a specific command, then maybe it would work out fine and it wouldn't matter. I was just setting up the GitHub for the Hydra beta stuff right now. Let me try your latest files anyway. Oops. I don't know why Hydra test MP is higher up than that, but whatever. I'll fix that later. Aha, malediction has to be something else. We have C already. We have T, presumably. Sonic Storm is T. We have an S, right? Do we have an S? Oh. We have an R? So Talisman will have to be R. I guess Malediction could be N. Hallucination doesn't need to be here anymore, so Malediction can be... Oh, Maelstrom can be E. Yeah. Hold on. All right, so... Two, three, four... Still seems like this... Actually, they all might be a little slow Looks like they're about the same. It's like 4.1 or something. Well, alright. Okay, yeah, so it's only dealing 100 damage now. So that's good. And it is dealing damage to shields. Pretty lethal to think that you can execute High Templar with Maelstrom now. En masse. We might have to reduce the burn damage to 75 because it's an AoE cast now. That's one of the reasons why it was lower than 100. But we'll figure that one out later, I think. No, that's fine. I appreciate your help. As always. Oh, I don't think the slow affects mechanical units, though. Ikeware. Yeah, slow is not affecting them. Yeah, the slow should also affect them, is what I mean. Also, it doesn't look like it reveals stealth, but I'm not sure. It might just be hard to see. Hold on. Okay, it does. Never mind. It's fine. Well, it's another bathroom time for me. Easy come, easy go, you know what they say. I will return momentarily. Oh, hi, by the way, I'm back. So I found out I don't have to work today. They're closing my store early, and so I'm gonna get paid for it, which is nice. Pretty much, yeah. Get paid to do a 8-hour mod stream. Clarions are not in the game. Well, they're in the game, but they don't work. Yeah, so the unit exists. It just doesn't do anything yet. No, I don't think so. I don't even think I'll be going for 8 hours, but we'll see what happens. Well, now that we've done some organizational shit, I think it's reasonable to pop into Hydra Visurgo 1 and start to make some decisions about what we are going to do with not only the map balance, but also the starting units. So starting units have been a long often discussed component of map design. And basically the determination I came to was that there had to be some symmetry, some balance between the starting units that were available for players on one team and players on another. But this symmetry is not very easy to implement when the team offsets themselves are not symmetrical. In this case, we have a 2v2v1, and that means that the 1 should probably have more starting resources, more starting assets, perhaps, if there were going to be any differences at all. That being said, when one of the players has starting assets, that could disproportionately skew the early game in their favor, even though they are skewed against in the late game, presumably. Then we get into the specific components, where the 1, in this case, is the Protoss, and the Protoss are incredibly powerful right now, disproportionately so compared to the other races in terms of the AI. Now, I think the Protoss is significantly stronger than the other races because of their position of power on the map. We look at where the Protoss is situated. They have a very safe natural in terms of distance, even though there's almost no cover for it, so it can easily get overwhelmed, and it's very difficult to defend from that position, but it's very easy for them to take it in the early game. They have immediately, including their natural, they have 3 bases they can take with gas. They have a decent amount of starting resources in terms of the starting minerals that they can mine from. And they have a high ground base, so actually sieging their main is going to prove relatively difficult, despite the fact that there's 4 different ways into it. You compare that to the Terrans. The Sienna Terrans have a very comparatively distant natural, even though it is also safer, and no immediate other base to take that isn't contestable territory by the Protoss. Sienna has a negative starting area in terms of mineral distance to the command center. I might rework their starting area pretty significantly, actually. Though I don't really have a whole lot of space to operate within. That being said, they have an okay starting base over here. And a decent third, two different decent third options, one of which being a mineral only. So it's not the end of the world. They're in a better position than Sienna, I would say. The second Zerg player is in a pretty good position as well, with 2 immediate bases that they could grab. The first Zerg player is in a much harder position. This was originally justified insofar as it was a lot more reasonable to grab, or to provide the player with this kind of thing, when they had a second ally, right? They didn't just have one ally, they had 2 originally. It was a 3v2v1 with Zaz in the mix. Since Zaz's removal, there hasn't really been anything that you can argue works well for the Zerg as a new position to take. I could rework Zaz's old base area into an actual expansion, perhaps, which would be a little strange, but I could see some justification for it all the same. Their main natural is very exposed to the Protoss from 2 different directions and the Terrans from really just one direction, but still not as easily defensible as it ought to be, most likely. And there is not really any other position that they might want to take as far as the base goes. This is super vulnerable to abuse from the Terrans. This is pretty much their allies' territory. This is super distant. That's too close to the Terrans as well. And this is super open. So I think what we're getting at here is the fundamental issue with this map, well, a pervasive issue with the map is defensibility of expansions, even for the other races, like the other starting positions. Sienna has a fairly defensible base. I would say even Scarlet has a fairly defensible base, even though Hydra Basilisk over here will make his life hell from mining. But I think I can take that. That's fine, because the openness of this area is offset by the presence of his ally. So it's not as much of a thing that we have to worry about, really. So I think what I should do is I should look into reworking the available expansions to be a little bit safer in terms of choke points. Like, the idea to add this high ground structure over here, the way that just the regular structure on the asphalt over here, I think it works out. It's an idea that does work. But the problem that you get from it is it doesn't cover enough angles, and there's still this south bridge to contend with. So what I think could happen is we could rework this area over here into an area where there are 2 expansions, so that there's 2 different naturals for the Zerg to take. I could improve the mineral capacity, the resources offered by this base as an incentive to take that base instead in the early game, should you want to. And probably improve the defensibility of it. But there would be a base that was a little bit lower yield, maybe where the raised jungle is or in that area, that is pretty safe in terms of how you can approach it, but obviously offers less resources. So it can be a more surefire take on the matter. For the Protoss, I think their natural just needs to be fleshed out with more minerals and be slightly more defensible. Perhaps I could make it a little bit more arduous to reinforce it somehow. Maybe by filling out their main a little bit more and removing this ramp, so that their way to get there would be to wind around over here, which won't be as pronounced anyway. So let's start with that. Because that I feel like I have a pretty reasonable vision of. Oh yeah, I forgot I piecemealed everything here. So we would do that. Okay. it's slightly less. Straightforward, I think. Okay. All right, so we got something going on there. And then I said I wanted to up the resource count, of course. So I think every mineral field that only has 200 minerals should just be up to 600 as a minimum. I think it's a global sort of rule that I'm going to adopt from now on. It just doesn't make that much sense, in my opinion, to limit the resources in that way. As far as I'm concerned, there's not really any need to do that. So in this case, we'll add... a couple of mineral fields. What do we got for gas over here? That's fine, I suppose. Yeah, this should actually be higher. Well, just put it at that. And I think this base should also be higher in resource count. If for no other reason than because it's going to be in a contested area, right? Okay, so I do think that that's a net improvement. What we'll do now is... here. Okay. And this is a base that should definitely have some more cover. Like, a lot more cover. Surely I have one of these somewhere. Why are they all facing the wrong way? Okay. So now the trouble becomes sealing this area off. For now, we'll do that. I'll come up with a more permanent solution later on, I think. Pretty sure you can still actually get units in there. I'm not bothering to look right now. Oh, I guess on the first one you could, right? But this one you can't. So that's cool. Can't really add anything to that. But I can make it longer lasting. Okay. So we kinda... Oops. Rebalance that area. That's pretty good, I think. Okay. So I think this resource area is fine. The big drawback of it is the fact that tanks and shit can hit you from up here. So it does encourage you to naturally maintain control over this area. That is its fatal flaw. I could definitely see a world where I move it a little bit down. The problem is then it kind of fucks with your pathfinding when you come right out of this area. So I suppose then the question opens up, what should I do about Redwood's base? Should Redwood even have this opportunity here to pop out? Should enemies have this opportunity to attack Redwood through that north-facing ramp? Not 100% sure about that one. Redwood is probably pretty vulnerable once the front lines go down because They can be attacked from the north, from the east, from the southeast, or from the south. Does this extra ramp really make or break their defense? I don't think so. So maybe we could start there. Oh, nice. Always nice when you like spot an error and it's not so hard to fix it. For me, that doesn't happen too often. Usually I spot the error and I have to wait a couple years. But, you know. Time marches on. Right, yeah, you won't have to redo as much work, basically. pretty annoying that I have to do this piecemeal because of the nature of the beast. Okay. Nice. This is a very strange song, but we'll take it. Epic. One of the things that I actually like way better about manually placing all of the tiles, even though it is significantly more time consuming, is that you have way less to fuck around with afterwards. Whereas if you let the isometric algorithm do all the selection for you, which is the normal way of doing things, you then, if you want it to look good afterwards, you have to really fuck with stuff. But this really does change the entire look of things. Which I think that's kind of neat. The grass beneath those doodads needs to be fixed at some point. It's the wrong color. Control Z. That's what it is in most programs. I don't know if it's the same thing in the text editor there. No problem. So we've finished our reassembly, I think. At some point I need to make mud blended grass. That shouldn't be too difficult. I still have to make raised grass, which is like the raised jungle version. So at some point I'll do that. As well as dirt cliff blended grass, so that I can make this whole... Because this whole like inner cove here where the Protoss Natural is going to be grass at some point. So, still quite a few tile set changes we need to make happen here. That's all right. And obviously, once I have raised grass, I'll be able to replace all the raised jungle on the south bar here. Ah, Psychosis track. Number 7 of this mod stream. Alright. Open up a little bit of that area. Nothing crazy, just restructured some stuff, improved the build space over here. I think another thing I'll end up doing as far as build space is concerned, I think I'll open up this area. This will stay for now. I don't know if I'll change that, but in that area's place, we'll drop one of these. A little bit of navigation deterrent. And I might also reorder the minerals so that they're up against the coast with the gas over here. We'll try that actually. I think you can still get in here to access that mineral field. I will have to test that, of course. Okay. So that's a little bit safer. Problem is... What the fuck? Okay. Somehow removing that tree fixed it. Don't ask me how. Can't move that over there. All right. This is all going to get reshaped anyway later. Yeah, it's like the one right below the mineral field I was talking about. Connor was the one that I have selected right now. It's the pipe one that's right below this inner corner for the water. I'm pretty sure workers can get there, but I'll double check later on. I'm glad one of us has faith. That doodad is permanently stuck there now. Hope I don't ever need to reshape that area. Maybe if I use some ice on over there? Nope. That's hilarious. What's up, Dark Zero Warrior? Alright. I think we're good to go. I feel like I've definitely added more resources to all the mains. Some more than others. So some might be unbalanced, like the Sienna main might be unbalanced now. Even the Scarlet main might be unbalanced in terms of amount of resources, but I think it's warranted given how far away they are from the command center in that case. Natural should be way better equipped to be defended, and as a result of the massive reworking that happened over here, including adding a new base to be grabbed by the first player should they want it. Yeah, I feel like things are going pretty well. Well, I was going to can the stream around now just because I had to work, but I don't have to work because my store got closed down a little early today, so I got paid for the shift, and I'm hanging, which means I'm still here. One thing I did want to do was improve the defensibility of this area. I don't really know how to do that, though. I guess I could extend the cliff down? Oh, I guess I would want to extend the cliff up more than anything, so why don't we do that? Just pop it up over here. And then we have this stuff up here. It does make the whole thing look a little bit more forced because there's... Well, there's just more a straight line in what's meant to be a more natural environment, but I'm not too upset about that if it results in better gameplay, which I believe it will. Yeah, I'm not going to remove it. My thought process was to shorten it, but then I realized I shortened it from the wrong direction. It's more convenient to shorten it from that direction in terms of what's actually possible to do. Because the inverse means I would have to... Because basically what I want to do anyway is extend the cliff out, basically. Oh, I didn't actually know that. So, like, this is all well and dandy, all fine and dandy, except now I have no place to put this. I would have to create a custom blend for that, which I don't mind doing necessarily, but I also don't mind just reshaping this. Not really a whole lot that we lose there. And what this will allow is for slightly better creep spread. So there's more space for static defense, basically. Right, yeah. The man-made aspect or whatever is, as far as the straight line is concerned, is fine. I more so meant like the natural cliff that's around it. It's a very subtle detail. I'm not going to get bent out of shape over it, but... I try to allow for more organic aspects to the overall experience where possible. When it comes to natural environments, it's like they obviously smooth it out enough that they can connect it like this, but I guess another thing I can do... Oh, I don't actually have those tiles imported into this tile set, so I can't do that right now. If I want to do a little extra work, extra visual variety, what I can do is I can import in those asphalt coastal cliffs that I made for Kakadu Port. And I can... Just this last little bit here can be all asphalt. That's an idea. Or this bit up here could be all asphalt. I would have to make asphalt blended dirt. Well, I guess I could just make a separation a little bit earlier. But I could do something wacky like that. Could be neat. Okay, so I think we're good there. Yeah, I think we've done everything we set out to do with this map. I'm happy about that. I'm just going to double check the... yeah, so... Okay, now we have everything belonging to itself. I'm always worried about that because the res areas are so finicky in Brood War, and until we hook it and then get support for an open source editor, which will eventually happen, but it's going to be a while. We're going to be at a great loss here. So. Okay, so I think we're good on res areas. I don't see anything obviously wrong with them. Of course, AI are going to be a little dumb with them, but that's fine. So, with that said, I think we are good to go here. Let's see. So we'll say... In multiplayer mode, it does. If you're in single player, there might be... there is something that sets it to always work instantly in some plugins, like GPTP or whatever, which I think is a bug, but it might have been like launched as a feature. So if you're just using... If you're in single player mode and you're using the center view thing and it's also doing that, I'm pretty sure there is an animation in Hydra, but if you're using Hydra single player and it's doing that, then that's just because of that. That's a feature regression. I'm not 100% sure, though. I'm pretty sure it has an animation in single player. Cast press third. Build space to Yeah, really, it should be an option. Animate or like overtime or instant, basically. But triggers are not nearly as flexible as our AI script stuff is. I will take a look in a moment. Just remembering all of the different... Gotcha. Let's take a look. Am I looking at... which one am I looking at? One Gate Expo or 21 Nexus? let's take a look. Pylon, gateway, probe. If it's easier for you to write, you can just do like probe X3. I always assume if there's a gap in supply that you mean to wait for more probes, because obviously, also your probes are green at the beginning and teal elsewhere. So it looks like this is no longer a ranger type personality because you're using zealots more than you are dragoons. I mean, you're getting a fast single. Oh, never mind. I see 3 dragoons. In that sense, I would probably say the gateway should be a warp anchor if it's going to get converted into anything. Warp anchors are the ones that train Hierophants. But that's something I can modify for this particular personality. That's not something that needs to be done in your guide. Build 1 gate. So I'll reset this here. Wait, 600. Oh, yeah. Well, I suppose so. But at that point, there's not really much of a reason to get Legionnaires. And they don't need to mass them. I mean, they really only need like 2 of the warp anchors at all, I think. Oops. Sorry about that. You have Pylon 7 twice, one at 41 supply and one at 45 supply. So then your 47 Pylon 8 should be Pylon 9. All right, cool. Well, that's in there now. Okay, that's done there. So now in... All right, new version is up. Trying to build myself a nice little list here of what to do next. Yeah, that could be like a general build, maybe a delayed one. There is the Immortal Forge Fast Expand into Stargate build. If you wanted to get one of those down, that would be useful for the Air Protoss as well. But the one that you just described would be useful as a general, like, probably like a anti-mech build, I guess, or a PvP build, maybe. You don't see much. You don't see too many Dragoons in. In a lot of places in PvZ, I don't think. I guess you do later on, but not early on. Well, all right. So I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off here. We're just about at the 4-hour mark, and I would like to go get some lunch, and then see what else I can get work done on with this extra time that I was not expecting. So, probably take a walk, suffer the heat a little more, and chill out for a little bit before getting more work done on some Hydra stuff. I got some videos I can make, a dad call, for example. I had an idea to continue working on the AI. I have a short to-do list here, which includes Some stuff I'm waiting on iQuare and DF for the EXE section, but the poor worker training I'm going to look into myself for the Zerg. And then there's work I can do to initialize melee builds of the first 2 Terran missions and the first Protoss mission. So I will get to work on that. The first Protoss mission does need updates in terms of like modified modified versions of the like the map layout probably needs to be modified. And I guess the Terran missions probably need the same sort of thing as well. I did modify the layout for this a little bit already. I need to make a couple of small blends here, as you can see. Yeah, I think I'm going to be calling it quits pretty soon here. I'm just giving these maps a once-over. I think a bit more cover probably needs to be given to a few of the bases. And some of the base areas are quite large without really having... Like, it's much harder to defend, for example, large attacks in the red position because there's so many entry points to your base. I wonder if... You know, maybe I could rework a lot of this, like cut off the cliff at around this area and limit the ramps into the base so that it was just this. I might even rework this side as well so that it's just northwest entrance and then the southeast entrances. It stops you from being able to rotate as easily to this base and obviously to rotate as easily to your ally, but you can already rotate south, which I imagine most players would. I think that might be fine. So that's probably what I'll do. As for the other bases, who the fuck knows, to be honest. I could not even predict what we might find. I think Arak's base is pretty neat. Even though there's way too many entrances, I'll probably cut out the north-facing one, the one Confederate-facing entrance over here, and maybe cut out one of these 2 ramps so that it's a little bit more forced, a little bit easier to protect. But I like the choke point inside his base. I think that's kind of neat. And with less entrances into his bases, I'll probably remove the crevices over here that are blocking his pathing, as well as this bit of cover here. So it'll be more open, and more build space will be available, but there'll be less entrances into it. So there is that. There'll still be this this north-facing entrance as a flank. I'm just removing these 2, I think. Definitely a very bizarre map, though, layout-wise. I guess this corner should probably be withdrawn one more, but... Fine for now. Yeah. I have some other ideas here and there, but I think this map is actually in better shape than I thought it would be. It's really just like removing some of the myriad entrances in and out of the areas that I need to take care of. It's like some of the bases just have way too many entrances. I already reworked this area quite a bit, which I'm happy about. This giant mineral-only base probably needs some attention. And I've got to do decor for a lot of these areas. So yeah, this map still needs more attention. I don't know about the first map. I feel like the first map's okay. very open bases still, but smaller map, closer distances, so battles will get resolved a little bit quicker, I think. This map probably won't take longer than like 20-30 minutes to resolve, win or lose. Same for V-Zergo 1, I guess. Whereas there's more potential for late game stuff to happen in the other, like V-Terrano 2. To a lesser extent, I guess V-Zergo 2 as well, because the map is a little bit more spacious. And then V-Protoss 1, of course, we've seen like longer games on. Alright, so that will conclude it. We made some pretty good progress. Glad that I was able to get all this stuff on GitHub so that it's a little bit easier for iQuare and myself to communicate with our files. I don't know when iQuare will grab Git situation himself. I don't know if he's even accepted the invite yet, but... All right, so thanks, Veek, for your help today. Thanks, Connor, for your help today. Thanks, iQuare, wherever you are, for your help today. Thanks, everybody else, for hanging out today. And I think that will do it. Take care. Stay safe. Thank me, actually. And I will see you later on tonight with some video content. See you tomorrow for another stream. You know the deal. Bye.